them so much, chica.
Hey, doggo, you lost? Hey, doggo. You okay, fool? You know where you're going?
Yeah, look at those fucking pieces of shit.
People are so ghetto.
Sorry, chat. I hadn't even said hi. Yeah, give me a sec. Hello, chat. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. I hope you're doing all right. Sorry, I haven't introduced myself yet. I've just been mega vibing. Is it MVA? It looks quite nice. Yes, it is. It's Mum. It's Mum.
She's a good girl. Good morning. Do you need breakfast? All right. Should be fine. Hop in. Just don't tell Lena. All right, let's get over to La Fuente to get you some food.
She is very much my ADHD doggy. Koa is the ADHD dog. She just never stops. Yeah, I'm using a few custom shaders to be fair. Also, I love. I think you're doing alright. I'll be doing some development work after I play Koa for like an hour. We'll probably play Koa for like an hour or two, and then I'm gonna jump into development work.
I don't actually.
I was supposed to do some yesterday, but you know, I fell asleep. Well, it was this morning. I fell asleep. I dropped stream. I was gonna come back after about an hour. I went to go lay down for an hour. Next thing I know, I wake up and it's like fucking 11 o'clock in the afternoon. So yeah. How we doing, chat? We alright? Everyone good? So if you want to see some dev work, you better stick around, or at least hit the follow button so you get a notification when I go live for next time. There was something I was trying to get fixed for restart today, but like I said, I just fucking fell asleep, so it is what it is. Okay. Anyway, music's going up. This is Koa. This is my ADHD doggy. He's been fostered by Dallas. So yeah. She's full of beans, this one. Look at that. If music was in her head, this is what I'd be playing constantly. You feel that? You've been never for a while now, getting a second nap and back to the grind? Yeah, that's all you can do. So enjoy your nap. Hopefully when you wake back up, all those little problems you were trying to solve before are easy to solve, because that usually happens, right?
You want some breakfast? want some more? No. All right. Mm. What's that? Oh. Okay, I can pick the bowls up. Okay, I have the bowls. Do you want to run around for a bit? Go for it. Very talented. Oh, an 8. I don't know how you don't get dizzy, Koa. There you go. You dancing? "911, what's your emergency?" All right. Where did you say you were? The corner of. Um. There's a club. It's a club called Bahama Mamas. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. Getting EMS down there for you. Radio check 19. EMS from PD. It should be Marathon Ave. I believe they're a corner of Marathon and North Rockford. Sorry, I'm not giving you attention. Copy, thank you. Yeah, you wore yourself out of it.
Hi, Bubba. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing all right. Welcome, welcome. We're just exerting some inner excess energy, I guess, right now on Koa. We're just kind of getting it out there before we start the dev work in about an hour or two. Hope everyone's doing all right. New here, hit the follow button. Appreciate the heck out of you, Bummer. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing okay. Music's a bit loud, I know, but I'm just vibing over here. We're vibing, alright? If this was the soundtrack to Koa's life, this would be the soundtrack to Koa's life, alright? ADHD doggy over here.
Yeah.
I think Dallas is a good dog owner. I just think she doesn't have an awful lot of experience with dogs. I don't know, it kind of comes across like that a little bit in RP. Like, her character seems like she's okay with Koa, but I don't think she, like, has been around dogs much in her life. Is she bleeding, or is that just freckles? It might just be my shaders being really good. She got freckles, or is she bleeding? They're freckles, aren't they? Yeah, they're freckles. It's hard to tell sometimes. Sometimes it looks like blood, so. Yeah, so after this, I've got, I'm going to sort the double doors out, because in the minute all our double doors are broken on live. One unlocks, but the other doesn't, so I need to sort that out. I already know what the problem is, I just need to do it. So I'll be sorting that, and then, excuse me. I've got the leasing stuff to finish, which I'll get finished today as well on stream with you guys. Well, last time I was working on the leasing stuff, I was having a problem with property assignments, so... What the? Get out of my shop. Who do you think you are? Get out of here. Get out of here. Get. 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 Get out of here. Now. Koa's not a killer, she's a herder. She's, you know, she was bred to herd things, not kill them, so. In fact, if she goes down to the farm, she'll probably try and herd all the cows like she does in Grapeseed. It's like one of her favourite things to do is trying to herd the animals. Like, whenever she's in Grapeseed, she runs around the cows and tries to make sure the cows don't get out of the fields and stuff. So, that's where she's originally kind of hailed from, was Grapeseed anyway. Where she was first found. I'm almost certain as well. I've looked at the tickets and stuff. It looks like the issues with the subscription system have finally been sorted out. Now they're all processing correctly. So that's something I don't need to do. I don't need to look at that because it's done. And then I need to carry on work on the point of sale system, which I haven't touched in like 4 days. So, hi Katie. How are you doing? See Apollo this morning, did you? Huh? Did you see Apollo this morning? I think you might have done. Well, I think Bree might have done anyway. And Bree and Cal. I don't know what that message slash is. I don't know what this means. What is this? What is this? What are you trying to say to me? I'm not down with the kids. I don't know this language, this lingo, this short term, whatever the fuck you put in chat. She's daydreaming. That's fine, Chuck's probably chat anyway. Yeah, fucking Apollo kept getting on the road. It was funny because like he didn't even intend to be anywhere. Like he didn't even intend to be there, and it's a wave. Is it? Ah, I see now. Okay, I'm dumb. He didn't even mean to be in the way. It's just like you guys were all over the fucking city, and like I'll be real, it would have been a hella fucking funny if like one of you lot in that chase had hit him, right? It would have been really funny. It was. Anna kept making you laugh. She kept driving past and going, "Apollo, get out the road." Apollo's like, "Oh hell no! I like playing with the big dogs. The big cars are dogs. The dogs are cars. The cars are dogs." I can't even fucking function today. No, it wasn't intentional. We thought it was a rogue canine. Well, no one's seen Apollo for a hot minute, so they probably did. But I'll be real, within like 30 seconds of the first time I think I ran into you guys on Apollo, Kiki tracked him. So she knew straight away who it was. So they knew who it was like almost instantly because Kiki tracked him. But then it took him a while for someone to come and pick him up because he is a menace. He will run all over the roads. He doesn't care. In fact, if he'd have got hit like this morning, he would have been in ICU again for a little while and then brought back out and then probably hit by a car again and then ICU again. It's kind of like what I do with that character, like, because I can't like play him all the time or whatever. I think it's just funny sometimes just to bring him out and like have him run around in the road and have people chase after him and be like, "Get out the road," and then he just gets hit by a car and that's it. He's out. He's off his feet for a bit. I could hear Bree going, "Someone get that dog." He's a menace. He is a menace. He is absolutely a menace. He needs training. That's the thing. He needs some obedience training because he's 2 years old. Like he don't know nothing. He got dumped in the mountains when he was like young by his owner because the owner couldn't deal with him because he was too much. And now he's like, so yeah, he doesn't understand. He just runs around like a menace. Doesn't listen to commands. He will never listen to a command. He's not violent at all. He won't bite anybody. But today, this morning, when I was playing him, there was a vehicle that kept following him. And like he's really super chill, right? Usually he'll be like, yeah, you know, but this vehicle would not leave him alone. To the point, like he literally turned around and he started biting the vehicle because it was getting annoying. Because these people were trying to make sure he wasn't getting run over, that's fine. But when he was like diverted off into alleyways to try and lose sight of them and like get away and be on his own, they just wouldn't leave him alone. He was off the road at that point. He was perfectly fine, you know what I mean? Like, Yes, he probably would have ended up back in the road, but then let somebody else deal with it, right? They just followed him around for ages. It was probably a good 15 minutes these people followed him around, and it really started to annoy him. Because he was like, just go away, like, just leave me alone, right? So it took like
Alright,
15
I am not feeling the best.
15 minutes for him to
So I think I'm about ready to head home. How about yourself?
get left on his own, so, you know. Yeah, let's go home.
You ready to go?
Yeah, let's go home. Come on, let's go. That's why I like playing Apollo, because, like, I don't really care if you get seriously injured on that character. Like, he hasn't got... It's not like Brute, right? When Brute gets seriously injured, I take it, like, super seriously because
Alrighty.
of backstory in his character. But with Apollo's kind of...
We'll turn around here.
Like, I don't give a shit if he gets hurt character, right? So,
Cuidado!
and he also likes to cause problems for people, like he was doing with the chase. So, you know. I tell you what, Katie, when that car went boom, like, it was so funny.
Already.
It was so
drop you off
fucking
at
funny,
home,
that
and then
explosion.
I'll go get my bike from Mr. PD.
Literally watched Bree fly through the air. It was so fucking funny.
Oops.
I think the combination of how damaged that vehicle was and then the taser at the end, the taser just finished it off. That's what I think happened. Because it's not normal for a car to explode with a taser at all. But that vehicle was fucked. It was such a shock. It was so funny. I had Apollo sit across the road. Yeah, I had Apollo sit across the road and just watch the car. It was fucking hilarious. And then I had Jeff come over on the motorbike and sit next to Apollo and was like, you know, I've never seen a vehicle blow up with a taser before. So fucking funny. Also, Brew, oh yeah, that was funny. I was AFK when that happened. For context chat, if you wasn't watching, you can check it out in the mod, but went to Ramathon last night and I was AFK. I was literally sorting the dog out and making myself a coffee, and in doing so he was in the back of the vehicle which was already disabled, yeah, it blew up. I came back to being carried by someone, I don't even know who's carried him. I watched the VOD back, like, because obviously I didn't see it when it happened. Oh, so I was fucking crying. All I cared, it was Brutus! Brutus now! He's fine now. He's completely fine. Hi, Darth. How we doing? You right? Welcome in. Welcome in, welcome in. A little wave there. Hey ho, how we do? Ramathon was a great time last night, it really was. The new arena's sick. A lot of Brits didn't even know that. I was... Alex Pisces Breezy Brute. Oh yeah, it's been a while. It's been a hot minute. It's been a hot minute since we've seen each other. I know she's been tracking him, but like he's been up in Polito and he's been in the middle of stuff when she's tracked him, so.
Let's go up. I'm gonna be home in just a few minutes, okay?
Yeah, we'll wait for
I'll
Mum to
see
get
you when
home.
you get home.
She needs to go take the vehicle back and stuff. Yeah, Bree won't know that you got.
I'll be right back.
Bree won't know that you got exploded. I'm sure she'll probably hear about it though. Was it? I'm pretty sure it's put on Twinster. I don't know. I haven't checked, but I'm pretty sure it was all over Twinster. That who was it who did it? Eli. That Eli killed Brutus, or Eli was murdered Brutus, or something like that. It's funny. honestly, it was brilliant. If you wanted to watch it, it's on. Like I said, the VOD's up. Although I'm annoyed, there's a bit of muted audio in there that's not from anything of mine. It was what was played in the server. So, well, sounds like we're going to war then. Yeah, it sounds like you're going to war. How dare the Hellions kill Brutus, huh? DUMC versus the Hellions next. War never changes. Checks out, yeah. To be fair, like when I watched the VOD back, everyone was screaming like, Brutus get out, but yeah. I think because the vehicle exploded twice. Yeah, it exploded twice. Oh, it's so funny. I also got the POV of Kiki exploding as well with the megaphone still working. Oh, that was brilliant. Absolutely fucking brilliant. It's a great time. Ramathon's always a great time, chat. So we're just going to wait for Dallas to get home. I'm going to go wait for Mum to get home and then probably jump into some development work chat. I did say it was only going to be a short one for Koa. Just wanted to get her running around a bit, get to see Dallas because she hasn't seen Dallas in like I think 3 or 4 days, maybe a bit longer. So just making that connection again. Say hi, puppy's still here. She's very sleepy at the minute. And we've expended some energy, so that's good too. So many ambient dog noises around here now that you don't actually know if it's like another dog, like another player, right? It's like Knox's house across from the dog park in Vinewood. Like there's constant dog barking sounds. So even if like a like a player dog came past, probably wouldn't even notice. Question, do you know anything about the loan stuff? Yeah, I writ the system, what's up? I writ the loan system. So yes, I'm the perfect person to ask. If it's like a question about interest rates and stuff, do it RP and just contact your bank. Because the banks didn't tell any of the customers anything about how the auto payments come out. They didn't tell them about the interest rates. They didn't tell them about the split payments between. They just didn't tell you guys anything. It was about a late payment. There were some issues. If you paid a late payment and then you got something to do with it said you hadn't paid and it went up, there was a problem which has now been solved. It went unnoticed because nobody put a bug ticket in for it. Nobody put a bug ticket in for it, and the only reason I knew about it was because somebody reached out to me and I said, please put a bug ticket in. They put a bug ticket in and guess what? It was fixed within like 2 hours. So I encourage you guys, if there's problems with stuff, alright, please put bug tickets in and be as thorough as possible, alright? Give me as much information as you can. Because I'll be real, the person who put that ticket in with all the information about, payments and stuff like that was really helpful. It helped me fix it pretty quick. I put a ticket in for what I saw yesterday. If it's still the same today. Just put a ticket in. If you've got a problem, put a ticket in. No, I can't fix what I don't know about, so it may have already been resolved, and if it's resolved, we'll just tell you it's resolved, and we'll close the ticket, but yeah, I need the info, right?
You ready for bed? Yes, me too. Koa? Good? Okay.
Put a ticket in. It was resolved. Let me check. Yeah, put a ticket in because I'm not. There's nothing. No one else has reported anything thus far. So, and if we've resolved it, I'll let you know. But essentially, I think a couple of days ago, if you paid a late payment, it would mark it as a failed payment attempt, and then it would increase the interest rate. But it was doing that on the automatic payments as well. It wasn't just the make payment early people. It was whenever an automatic payment tried to go out, it would just do it then anyway because of an issue with the code. So that was fixed yesterday, I think. Yeah, I fixed it yesterday. Yeah, when I fly in, and I'll do it later. Yeah, please. When did you... Well, I'll just ask you quickly. When did you make a late payment? Was it today? It's fine. Just tell me now. I want the ticket anyway, but I might save you raising the ticket. When did you make the late payment? Was it today? You paid it yesterday. The payment was due 4 days ago. Okay, so what happened when you made the payment? It doesn't matter if it was due 4 days ago or not. That's irrelevant. If it's overdue, you would have already been. If you've got an overdue payment, you would have already had the interest increased. And that, if you miss a payment, it'll only try once a day, right? So if you fail to pay or you miss a payment that day, your interest rate goes up. If you fail to make the next payment, your interest rate goes up. If you fail to make the next payment after that, so 3 days in a row, your payment goes up. It'll only ever go up by 6% max. So day 4, you shouldn't have had an interest increase. It should only be plus 6%, right? It took the money, but Subscription still hasn't updated, if that makes sense. So it took the money. Did it reset the missed payments amount? So you won't know that actually because you can't see that. It would have reset. It would have reset. You can see a hell of a lot more on the business subscription side. Like, they can see how many business payments you've made and all this shit, right? If you make a late payment, it won't move the payment date Just as a heads up. So I think that might be your problem. Because you're overdue and you've made a late payment, it doesn't move the payment date. So you're still overdue. So put a ticket in, because I think I might need to... Yeah, that's what I need to check when I get in today. Yeah, so when you get in today, have you got the money in your bank? Have you got enough money in your account to clear the payment today? The automatic payment, I mean. Because if you've got enough money in your account today to cover the automatic payment, everything will reset on itself. All your your interest rates will reset on that. So yeah, when you get in today, right? If check, because if the auto payment's gone out, because it will still try and go out, because it's technically still overdue, right? It'll still, if it goes out, it should reset everything for you. Yeah. But put the ticket in anyway, because as we've just been discussing this, I've just thought about a use case scenario of what you've just done. So you were overdue, you paid a late payment, but it doesn't move the payment date. What it should be doing is if you are overdue and you make a late payment, it should reset the payment date in that instance. But if you're not overdue, it shouldn't reset the payment date. So I know what I need to do with it. That's fine. Just put a ticket in so I've got something to go off, basically, and then I can, yeah. Something to log against, right? Helps me out a lot. Because a lot of people were making early payments, and then they were saying, oh, well, I made an early payment, like, let's say your loan's due every 7 days. They made an early payment on day 5, and then was peepo shocked when the automatic payment still came out on the 7th day. They said, well, I paid on the 5th day. No, it doesn't work like that. If you ring your loan company, IRL, and pay an early payment, it doesn't move your automatic payment date. So I got a few tickets in with people saying, well, I made an early payment, but then I was still charged on the payment date, and the payment date was the day after. And it's like, well, yeah, that's the way it's supposed to work. Just because you make an early payment doesn't mean your automatic payment date moves. Oh, yeah, that's not how auto payments work. Exactly. Exactly. So there has been a few tickets in with people not really understanding how it works. But it's very much like real life. It's very much like you miss a payment, your interest rate goes up. The bank should have been telling you guys this, but they didn't. I don't know why they didn't. They should have been telling you guys that the maximum amount of interest you can go up by is 6%. It won't go any higher than that because that's not fair. So if you've got, like, let's say, for example, you've got 10 missed payments and your interest rate went up 2% each time, that's a 20% increase on your interest rate. That's insane. So it's capped at 6%. So even if you miss 3 payments, that's your 6% cap. Missed payment number 4, it doesn't increase, just stays the same because you're already being charged. And then the next payment you make is, because it's been recalculated, the amount has already had the increase of interest on top. So when you make that payment, you're paying more than you should have originally paid because you've got a 6% increase on that payment. After you've paid it, what it should do is reset everything back down, so your interest rate should be back to what it originally was, right? I think the problem that you've got, Darth, is, like I said, is you've paid the late payment. You've paid an early payment. There would have been an option on there, Darth, as well, to pay a late payment. So it was the late payment you used, not early payment, because I need to make sure, yeah, it was the late payment. All right, put a ticket in, I'll have a look, mate. I'll have a look for you. It's obviously a problem, so, or it's just a use case that, you know, the scenario's not been fought for, so. One of those things, mate. There was a couple of use cases that didn't get picked up, but it is what it is, so. Yeah, if you do a screenshot of, if you can get your bank statement as well, where you did the payment. Send me a screenshot. Sorry, put on the ticket screenshot of the subscription, and then I'll be able to find it. And I'll be able to check the values and stuff, make sure that everything reset, etc. Blah blah, and get back to you on it, right? And I love screenshots because they help me out a lot. I'm dyslexic, so my reading and writing skills are not the best. So if people send me a wall of fucking text, I'm like, ugh. But you send me screenshots and a short description, you know, a good description, I'm usually pretty good. Right, I need to start getting ready for dev work. And I think my puppy needs to go out. So I'm just going to go to get myself a drink, quick chat. I'm going to take a short break here. I'm going to leave you with Sleepy Koa. Uda. Not local. That's not local, is it? Uda. Yeah, I'm going to leave you a Sleepy Koa for a minute. I'm just going to get myself a drink. I'm going to go and let the dog out, and then I'm going to get back, and then we're going to get ready to do some development work. Well, before I disappear, I'm just going to get everything booted up, because it takes a hot minute. So stick around if you want to see some development work, I guess. Okay, so what was I working on? What do we need to do? I need to create a new branch. Actually, we need a new branch shop. We need a new branch. We need a new branch. We need a new branch. Fix doors is what I'm gonna call it. No, I'm not gonna call it. It's fix double doors, locks doors, double doors, locks. Yeah, whatever. Okay, give me a second, dude. And then I'll go let you out and stuff. We actually call them linked doors, so. Linked doors. Doors linked fixed, there we go. We'll get that done first, because that should be a nice easy one to do. Shouldn't take me too long. Famous last words of a developer. Oh, it won't take me long. Yeah, alright. Till you actually start opening stuff up and realising how fucked everything else is. You have to fix that first. Right, okay, that's done now. Let's get the UI branch here. Which one am I on? It's fine, I can use that one, that's not a problem. We can use that one, that's not a problem. However, let me merge main into it because it's going to kick off otherwise. Yeah, 77 commits since, so yeah, it's definitely going to kick off. Let me discard those. Discard those changes. Discard those changes. Right. And then we go do this. Do. build the server files, standard procedure. Oh, no, I do not want that. Go away, MD software. I don't want you right now. Piss off. Piss off! Don't want you. How dare. Alright, wait for my machine to not shit itself while it's building the server files. Do you know what? This file every time, chat. This fucking file every pissing time. Where is it? What's it kicking off at? Oh, okay. I've got a conflict, that's why. What be the conflicts, please? Oh, it's just commented out code, that's fine. You think? Oh, shit. Shit. Okay, F the branch, I'm gonna have to delete it and then do a new one. Okay, choose your branch, merge main, it's up to date with main. Let's try rebuild all the files, should be okay now, hopefully. Yeah, fine now. Right, I'm gonna get the server booted up. While I'm waiting for the server to launch, chat, I am gonna go and get myself a drink. Like I said, I appreciate the heck out of every single one of you. Hit the follow button. If you've got a Prime sub not doing anything, you know what to do with it. You know. I don't need to tell you guys. Send it to your favourite streamer. If that's me, hey, great. If not, make sure you do send it to them. Pay it forward, chat. Pay it forward, you know. Okay, right. Right, chat. I'll be back shortly. I'm going to go get myself a drink, go let the dog out, and then we're going to get into some development work. I'll get the stream title changed here as well. Okay, that's the stream title changed. Right, I'll be back in a minute, chat. Well, I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Like I said, I'm going to take a quick break. Going to go let the dog out. Let him go do his business. Grab myself a coffee. And then we're going to get into some development work. Woohoo! Yeah. Right, BRB. Appreciate you all. Coffee! Hello, Ghostly. How we doing? You alright? How we doing? Right? Server's booted up in that time, so that's good. Hi, everybody. I've also just put my food, some food in as well, because I'm pretty hungry. You just waking up? You have a good sleep? Was the sleep good? Hmm? Did thou enjoy one's sleep? Okay. Time to get some work done. I still haven't fixed that. It's like only on my local, but I don't care. Was okay? Good, I'm glad. Yeah, I was supposed to come back for a dev stream, like this morning, but I went to go chill for an hour and just passed the fuck out, and didn't wake up till I think it was about 11 or 12. I think it was like 12 I woke up. So about 2.5 hours ago. Might have been a bit before that, I don't know. I don't know. It was 8 AM here. Fair. It was 7 AM I think when I finally went to go chill. Or 6 or 5. I don't fucking know. I honestly don't know anymore. Living a degen life, like everything just fucking merges into one. Right, so we're having a problem with double doors currently. Hot mic and everything. So a good example of where this is happening actually is the FIB building. So let's go there. Shows how often I get to the FIB, don't I? Is it this one? Okay, so these so these double doors work on normal unlock and unlock, but with the yeah, I'll show you what I mean. The hell? There you go. I know the entrance of the arena seems sticky for people closing wise. That's because another developer has set them to stay open. Which I think I might change. Legion set those doors to stay open. So they don't actually close. Once you push the door, it stays at that angle. It's been done like that by design, but I don't really like it. And the reason being is because like there's so many doors are client-sided, so I'm gonna speak to it, I'm gonna remove it. It was done as kind of like a joke funny. You know, like people will be like, oh, these doors don't close, you know, like funny gotcha joke, but I'm gonna revert it because it causes problems. Like it is funny. It was funny to do as a joke, but that's why, because I think a lot of people were making comments about the doors. I was overhearing on Brutus, like, oh, these doors don't close, oh, like, they all thought there was a problem with the doors, and there's not actually a problem with the doors, so I'm just going to change it. Yeah. But essentially, on every single door, we've got a flag to keep it open, like we do with the garage doors. That's why the garage doors stay open, right? So, Legion decided that he was going to set those doors to stay open for funnies. But, yeah. But again, there was having problems with those doors, so... So currently, only one door. You see that chat? Only one door's unlocking with this system. So I just need to look as to why. Because when this goes to relock itself, there you go, it's only locked the one door, look. So, let's figure out what's going on here. See what the situation is here. Okay. Alright, for starters, let's make sure we're actually getting the link doors across. Just realised this guy would have had it in the pants, yeah. Can't take life too seriously when you're doing dev, right? Alright, I'm just gonna see what the value of link doors is coming in because it should be there. Now, whenever I restart world, I have to restart a couple of other things as well. So it'll be world. And then it's start property, restart property as well. And then I also need to restart target for some fucking weird reason. There we go. Okay, so I'm just gonna see. The link doors should be coming down. So I'm just gonna check the server results here. So I have the link doors. I can see the link door. The data's there. Coyotes, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I hope you're doing alright. Right, so let's figure out what's going on here. So, we first check to see if there's no data. Okay, so even stretch there. Thank you, yeah. Let's have a stretch chat. Oh, but it's stretching. I'm stretching. Yeah, stretching big. There we go. Even made me yawn. Hello. Hello. Hope you're doing alright. So, we have the link doors. We're using data.locked. And we're using whatever it initially was for initial lock. If it's not locked. Okay. I'm good. Hope you are too. Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm glad you're doing alright as well. I'm doing alright. I'm just waiting for my food to cook because I'm pretty hungry. I'm not gonna lie. Pretty hungry. Toggle all doors. See if it's getting into this function here. Yeah, let's see if it's getting into this here. It should be. Let's have a look. Yeah, the link door's there, so the key is there. The lock data is there. So if data dot, that's why. It's not linked to doors, it's linked. I think I've fixed it. Just give me one sec, chat. We like it when we have an easy fix. We like it when things are easily fixed. Right, property and then target. Okay, yeah. So if I now change this value. If I change this value. Like so, give everything a rebuild and restart. World property target. There we go, chat. All fixed. That should now relock back up, I think. If it doesn't, then I need to change something else. That one's locked. So is that one? Jobs are good and easy fix, chat. Look at that. Look at that, easy as fuck. Right. Let's get this raising up here. Easy clap. Easy fix, right. Tweak world property. No, tweak world doors. Fix. Linked doors. Easy. I was worried you cased it by saying it was easy. Yeah, so did I, but no. I'd already kind of looked into that problem a few days ago, and I knew it was a fairly simple fix. I just forgotten what the fix was until I relooked. But yeah, that's the problem. Well, they're both opening. They're both unlocking now, and they should both lock back up again. Yeah. Fixed. Fixed. I see you all with your emotes in chat. I see you all liking the twerk. Right, I'm just gonna double check property assignment on this branch because I was having a problem with it before, so. Man needs the property assignment working, you know what I mean? Trying to get the other areas open up for you guys. Here we go, let's just do this one. Okay, so it's fine that way. What's the problem with it the other way then? Let me see here. What's the problem in here? I can't remember. What was the problem? It was in the new leasing stuff. That was the problem. Right, so what I'm going to do... No, let me check it through this first. Let me check it through mortgages first, and then I'm going to launch the leasing branch, because I need to finish that off. But I was getting some errors with property saving on that branch, and I just want to make sure it's not on the main. Because if it's going to do it, it's going to do it through this as well, so... Just want to 100% make sure everything's on Gucci. Should be, but you know. There were some changes around, there were some changes around some stuff, so... Could have regressed. So just double checking chat, just making sure nothing's broken here or regressed in some changes recently. Every 7 days for 12 weeks to broker's interest 2. Okay, received the key. We got the property. This property was it, that one? Yeah. So I'm seeing no issues on this branch, so I wondered if my leasing branch is a bit scuffed. Okay. I need to switch branches, chat. Which is going to take a minute. So let me get that branch ready to be pulled. Let's also turn voice mod off because that's causing problems. I apologize. Let me force close voice mod actually because otherwise it's just going to keep going. Here we go. I apologize, chat. My hotkey is like a number, so like when I hit the number, it activates voice mod. I didn't realize it's on, so I've just disabled it. Okay, the UI is about to shit itself. I expect it because I'm changing branches, so... Nobody panic! Wait, that wasn't your doggo? That's Koa's voice. Right. Yeah, don't panic, chat. I expect the UI to shit itself right now, alright? Because I'm changing branches, so... That wasn't my doggo in the background, no, that was my voice changer. Panic, panic, everyone panic. Everyone burn, shut down. Everyone rage. Everyone burn, shut down. Everyone panic. Haha, see. Told ya. Everyone panic! Nah! Oh my gosh! Hold on, chat. Oh, please hold. Please hold. Please hold. Please hold. Please hold. Please hold. Just a little crash. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine, chat. Alright. I'm gonna need to restart the API UI though. I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna be real. I need to restart the API and UI. So let me do that now. In fact, I'm just gonna do a full server reset at this point, I think. Get yeeted. Okay. Let's get everything restarted. Shine a light on me. Coffee is life, I tell you that. I'll tell you that for free, chat. I am debating doing a dono-thon soon, though, because I really need a new PC. Like, I really need a new PC, chat. But the kind of, like, PC I need isn't going to be cheap, because the development work that I do, not just for the server, but for other things as well. Like, I need a good machine. I can't get, like, a baseline thing. I need something that's going to get the job done, you know what I mean? I mean, I'm alright at the minute, but my machine is struggling, because it's starting to get, you know, outdated now. And I was just going to, like, upgrade graphics and stuff like that, but I really need a new CPU, so I'm just thinking just a new build, to be honest. Okay, let's build all these files here. So yeah, I'm debating doing a dono-thon to raise some funds for a new PC. Sucks ordering a new PC with the RAM prices through the roof. And that's another thing as well, yeah. I mean, the RAM prices are shot. I can probably use the RAM I've got now because I've already got DDR5. So I don't have to necessarily worry about that right now. And I'll probably order a build without RAM in it for that reason, to save me money. Because the RAM I'm using at the moment is more than adequate, right? So I can just pop it in my new build. Because I'm all for trying to save money, you know, wherever you can save money, especially when the fucking prices hike. I mean, I'll be real. Can you remember when the graphics card prices went through the roof, chat? Can you remember that? It was probably about 4 years ago now. Could be wrong on my timeline there. Probably wrong. But around that time, I managed to get, when everyone was crypto mining, yeah. So when that happened, I managed to get, at the time, a GeForce GT, I can't fucking remember what it is now. Is it GTX or GTI? I think it's GTI. It was the 11 gig 1080p, the 1080 Ti version, and I managed to get that at the time for like 250 quid. But like it was online for selling for like nearly 1,000. It was insane, and that was second-hand ones. But I managed to get one for 250 quid, and I've still got it now. It's in my. I've got a spare build PC down there just in case I have drastic problems with this, and I've got at least something to go back onto. Right, it's still in that. It's served me really well. And the person who had it before me was using it for crypto mining. Right. And I thought, you know, this graphics card will be fine for now because I was desperate for one at the time. You know, I just needed one. It'll do me fine at the time, whatever. Even if it lasts like a couple of months, I don't really care. Whatever. I bought it and it's still going now. It's a fantastic graphics card. But I upgraded. I upgraded my machine, so it's sat in my spare machine right now. But it's still good. Still pretty fucking good. Right, is Docker finally closed or what? What's going on here? It's taking ages. Bros thinking their little home build will compete with corporations buying. Yeah, I know. Because there's a lot. I will like build a lot of mine myself because it saves so much money. And not only that, like when you transport a pre-built PC in the post or in the mail, we all know it gets bashed around, you know? It don't matter how much protection they put in those things, they still get launched around. Okay, we're nearly there. I had to restart Docker because it's been a pain in the ass, so. Here we go. It takes like fucking 5 minutes for Docker to close itself, so, you know. I know, it's annoying as fuck. Like, they're taking the ability for you to be able to, like, upgrade your own PC away because of prices. But it's more than likely something to do with the core materials to make it, like, becoming rarer or whatever. Or someone's fucking price holding or whatever the shit. I don't know. Okay, we're gonna wait for the server again, and then we'll get cracking on the leasing, finishing stuff on the leasing. I hope everyone's having a cozy Sunday today, chat. Where's my cozies? Here you go, look. I hope everyone's having a cozy Sunday. Yeah, it's the AI hogging it all now, and those memes our mother's watching of heavy people falling through floors. Yeah. That's the problem, innit? That's the problem. It's all these server farms now. Fucking with people abusing AI and just fucking using AI to like generate money and shit. So the amount of AI slop videos I'm seeing now is just incredible. It's incredible. Like, I accidentally watched a AI glitter bomb. You know those people steal packages, right, chat? And now, for some reason, after I've watched one fucking YouTube short about it's people stealing packages, and then it's AI generated where they glitter bomb, and it's like, usually fat people, like, and I mean like really fat people. I watched one video and now I'm inundated with this shit. Because I watched one, like, because it caught my eye. I thought, oh, you know, glitter bomb package parcel, that's quite funny. And then after the first one in the reel, I realised it was AI. I was like, no, I'm not watching that no more. It's AI. No, I can't get rid of them. They're everywhere, chat. Everywhere. Fucking AI glitter bomb fat people. Still my nutting. It is going to get to a point, chat, where, like, think about it like this. It's going to get to a point where people won't actually make films anymore. You know? Like, or, like, physical people won't make films anymore. They'll just be able to go into AI, give the AI a script of an entire film, and the AI just generate it. That's what it'll get. That's the point we'll get to. It'll be a fully fledged film, all done in AI, all realistic. That's where we'll get to in the end. In fact, I'd be surprised if it's not already doing that. I'll be real. Get a massive data center built a mile from here. There's a lot more data centers going up, and there's a lot of data centers being put out in the oceans as well, like underwater data centers, or like capsules and stuff, right? Go away, error. I don't want you. Thank you. Right, okay. I'm hot micing again. I'm hot micing again. There we go. Right. I'm gonna twerk for a minute. And then I'm gonna do the leasing stuff, chat. First thought it was going to be an Amazon warehouse. Yeah, they're ugly. They're better off being put underground, but it costs a lot more money to dig a big hole, right? So. Iron Mountain it's called. Fucking hell. Yeah, well, good luck. You guys probably gonna get power cuts for a bit. I know a lot of them have their own solar panels installed and stuff, but yeah, good luck with that. Probably makes a huge fucking, like, buzzing sound as well, right? Like a hum, or something like that, right? Or like a small vibration from the generators, I guess. Now we've also got a new resident, or whatever we call it, that we can assign on the property. So what I might do is add this as them to be able to add, instead of like property manager allows like decorating and stuff, but there's another one we've got where it doesn't allow it. So what I might do is add that in as well. You don't think it's online yet? Might not be. Okay, so that's working. The problems I was having yesterday, I'm not having today. I think it's because I'm merge baiting and everything's fixed. So, right, I can crack on now and get these changes made that I need to make on this. So when we go to do this, it's gonna tell me. Well, it won't. But when we do this. So if this is false, it needs to now assign them as a, because we've got a new thing we've added in. So if that's false, they need to be assigned as, please hold chat, a resident instead, okay? Let me move that so you can see what I'm talking about here. So we've got a new like option to add people in, so like homes and stuff. It's called resident. That was added in after I started to work on this. So now what I'm going to do is if that is false in here, so if they're not allowed to decorate, they're going to be added as a resident instead, right? Because at the moment it's not even doing anything. It just, you just give them the key and they've got access to the property. But now we've got this new nice resident thing. I'm going to put that in now. So so they'll be forced on as a resident rather than a manager. Excuse me. I need to know the new function we've got. It might just be called add resident. Let me see here. Add manager. Yeah, add resident. What does it need? Probably accepts the same. Oh, that's probably manager. Payload ID, payload resident. So it needs ID and so it needs a property ID and the ID of the person being added, which I think we've got here. Yeah, we have. So if that's now false, it'll assign them as a resident instead. What I do need to do is test that though, but we'll do that shortly because I need to look at the payout comments here.
Hey, looking forward to seeing you on set, buddy.
Is this leases that will let groups of rights to properties they occupy? No, this leasing stuff is so there's a new business type coming in that people can have. It's like they can set up a landlord business, or real estate companies can actually lease out properties that are owned by people. So if it's a property, if you want somewhere and you want to lease it, you need to reach out to a real estate agent and see if you can actually lease that property, because it might not even be set up as a property, you know. But the resident stuff was put in, I think, last week, I think, or week before, I can't remember. It wasn't me who did it, I think it was somebody else. I can't remember who did it now, but yeah. already doing it, so might as well just do this. Yeah, I'm already doing it there. Then speed, data, shoot by. Issued by, where is it? Where is it? There we go, data issued by. Okay, yeah, this is all on all stuff. Okay. Onx, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Love the fucking name. Appreciate the heck out of you. How you doing? Good? Think you are. Better be. Better be. Okay, I've lost what I'm doing now. I've lost what I'm doing. I've lost what I'm doing, chat. Lost what I'm doing. Okay, here we are. There we go. Leased by... Because if we actually look at this is why I'm getting object in the properties thing. 115. That one's the lease. 101 Power Street. About 8. What's up, my fellow stoner friend? Yo, what's up? How we doing? Let's play GTA Online. I'm playing right now. Fuck that. Can't stand GTA Online. I'd rather put toothpicks in my eyeballs. I'll be real. I'm gonna be real. Thanks for the offer though, but I'm good. I'm good. Okay. Yeah. So we should see leasing. Yeah, leased by name. I need to sort out the position. It's doing my fucking head in. Look at how off this is. So at least by name. Just loaded up names. That should be fixed. And then leased by state ID. Also, hello fellow stoner. Welcome in. Also gonna confirm what the data is. I'm missing some data, so let's see. The last time I played actual GTA Online was... It was back before they fixed the loading bug. And that was years ago. Because if you guys can remember, but GTA Online had a really bad loading bug where it would take you for fucking ever to load in. And that's the last time I played GTA Online. I'll be real. I think if it wasn't for 5M, I don't think I would play GTA 5 like at all. I'll be real, chat. Probably play through the story mode again and stuff like that, but like I just cannot. I just prefer the more relaxed element of like roleplay and like being. I often find like when you go on GT Online, it's very manic. It's very like everyone's blowing each other up every 2 seconds. You know, it's pure chaos. And if that's what you like to do, fair enough, crack on. But I often find that I much prefer 5M. I much prefer the roleplay community over GT Online. And like I said, I think if it wasn't for 5M, I probably wouldn't ever play GTA unless it's story mode. So. Right, so we're going to print that data out, see what's going on here. Get this side out. Alright, let's restart and rebuild properties here. We're gonna issue another lease and just check what values we've got coming in. You haven't even played through story mode yet? Fair enough. Fair enough. I have quite a few times.
You alright? Hi.
But when I was growing up, like video games were very much single player. Like the majority of video games that came out were single player games, right? I think I said this on stream before. Like I'm not a huge multiplayer gamer. I think it's just because of the era I grew up in and the type of games that I was used to playing as I was growing up. This is back before like connectivity was as good as what it was. Like the internet was where it is today, and you know, we had to rely on dial-up modem, dial-up internet to kind of fucking even be able to look at a web page, right? I'm showing my age now, chat. Showing my age here, look. I remember when we couldn't use the internet at the same time your mum wanted to use the phone. Yeah, that's true, chat. I remember when there was like no fucking internet. I remember when Sky was like fucking amazing. Like being able to like watch and record on a Sky TV box was like the best thing in the world. Back in my day, back in my day, when we only had 4 TV channels. Back in my day when we had 4 TV channels. You remember the dark ages as well? Yeah. I think we're of a similar age, aren't we? So.
Look at that bum.
I'm thankful I got to grow up around that time though, because I got to see like the advancement of technology in the time from when I was like born to like being a teenager was insane. It grew so fast and so rapidly, more so than it is doing now, because we went from a point where we didn't have really anything, and then within 10-15 years we had like nearly everything, right? But now it's kind of like slowed down a bit, right? I mean, the only advancements we're doing now really is like what AI, which let's be honest, probably no one ever thought. Well, they thought it would be possible, but not quite yet or whatever. But yeah, I mean, in the span of 15 years of me growing up, there was so much technology that just was released and created. Like smartphones were created, the fiber internet, so the coaxial internet, fiber was created. There was so many leaps and bounds in that area that I'm so glad that I got to grow up with it and learn it at the same time, right? Something called Web 4.2 and all to understand Web 4. What's web for? What is this? But I was really late to the coding party though. I didn't start coding up until about what? It'd be 12 years ago now. And so that was around about the time where like I think PlayStation 4 came out. So there were already tools around for you to be able to do these things, and Google was doing well, and this, that, and the other. Search engines were pretty good. So, but I was a little bit late to the party on that, but still, yeah. So, kind of wish I'd have started more off when I was younger, like in coding's early infancy, right? There was like coding done before that on like the Spectrum and stuff like that, but like when in the like early to late 90s is when like people were really exploring like how to hack and stuff, the systems that were integrated, security wasn't good, you know, and it would have been good to kind of try and learn at that time, but anyway, it's what it is. Who knows? People are trying to explain to me Web 4 to me, and my brain makes dial-up noises. If I have a look, if I look it up, I'll probably get my head around it pretty quickly. It's just, do I want that useless knowledge in my brain, right? Do I want that useless knowledge to do I need a slot in my brain to be taken up by that crap? I don't know. That's how I view things anyway. I think to myself, is it worth me retaining a brain cell slot to remember it? Yes, no. Probably not, no. Most of the time it's no. Okay, let's issue another lease. I miss the MSN days. I miss the MSN message, like, emotes. They were fucking scuff as fuck, they were funny. AOL. Okay, so we should now... The problem is we already own this. Excuse me. We already own this property, so we're already on there. So it's probably not going to assign us as the manager. Is it gone underneath there?
Jerk over there.
Hello, where's my bag? Where's my agreements? There it is. I bet I can't get that now. Ooh. It's forever been swallowed. Can I get it from underneath? It's been lost forever, chat. Lost forever. Let me just get rid of a bunch of fucking shit out of inventory. Get rid of all this crap. There we go. There we go. So that's fixed, but so we've got lease by name, lease to, no, lease by, lease to,
Hello?
payment frequency in days, amount per payment, total lease period in weeks. We're missing lease in weeks, so give me a second here. I miss MSN when like, sorry, I miss MySpace. MySpace was like revolutionary for its time. You could just like mess around with your own fucking page, make it unique and stuff with HTML. Okay, I think I need to go look at the dog because he's moaning and whining right now. Oh my god, he has MySpace? Yeah. My MySpace was awesome. You used to be able to put your own music on there. It was like a way of expressing yourself and your personality online before Facebook took over, right? Because MySpace and Facebook were like kind of semi-competing with one another for a while. But obviously, like we all know Facebook won. Yeah, MySpace was hella chill, hella cool. I was sending everyone to my MySpace link. Yeah, this is my MySpace. It's literally in the name, MySpace. It was an avenue for you to have an online personality. It was great. Right, I'll be back in a second, chat. I need to go sort the dog out. He's whining and moaning at me, so from downstairs. Reason he's downstairs right now is because I let him out before last time I went to go get a drink, and he decided to run around the garden and get covered in mud, so I wasn't going to have him up here covered in mud. So now he's dried off a bit, he can probably come up a bit. Right, I'll be back in a minute. can I also have a hash brown and cheese? Hash brown, cheese, and barbecue sauce sandwich, chat. Yeah. Yeah. Proper healthy. Proper healthy. Not. So I'm just gonna eat my hash brown, cheese, and barbecue sauce sandwich, chat. I keep turning away. There we go. Every fucking time I turn the camera around, it turns around. Right, there we go. Yeah, I'm gonna eat my sandwich. Right, so I'm loading second lifer in. Second client. I'm loading second client in right now. Just check the what do you call it, manager assignment, right? So they'll be there shortly. me to give the server off. That's why I didn't assign. He didn't assign the person taking the lease as a resident, because I didn't give it perms like off to, so just give it off. So we'll test that again. There we go. They've been added as a resident. So that's working now. Now I need to make sure that when the lease is cancelled, they're removed as a resident. So I'm going to do that now. Okay, sorry, I've just been a bit quiet there. I've just been putting in a load of basically null checks on a bunch of stuff to make sure that we've got wallets and things. So should be good.
I like your car.
So the original document uses issue 2. Okay, 1 second. Issue release. Yeah, make sure that's not broken as well. Issue 2. I think I'm about there with resolving the resolving the PR comments at the moment. I'm almost resolved all the comments, and then we're going to retest. So yeah, that should have removed the resident, but it hasn't, and it hasn't got. Yeah, it's not got off. So let me off that now. That's why. So management's removing, but residents isn't. So let me see why. Right, there's a bunch more stuff done there. Okay, right. This is a fucking banging tune, this is. This is a classic tune, chat. I used to vibe to this when I was a teenager in my bedroom. Right, that's all PR comments resolved. Get all these changes pushed right now, and we'll do a retest. Need to figure out why property residents not removing as well. Get that pushed. Right, do we need to change anything on the UI side? I think we do. Give me 1 minute here. Yep, we do. Let's push that. Gonna do a posture check real quick because my back's hurting a bit, so I'm just gonna stretch. Ugh. Posture check, chat. Everyone check your postures. Make sure you're not slumping, slouching. I hope you're laid down and you're comfy in bed. That's where I'd be right now. I'll be real. Yeah, they've got. Let me just check something right now. Let me rebuild currency. I think I know why it's not doing it. Okay, so if we go to remove now, I should get some data I need. Which one is it? Right, okay. So now it's going to check if it's got manager or not. So if I run that now, reissue this, it should work. Hopefully. Okay, let's try that again. Try this again. I think the remove property resident thing, I think is just not working, right? By the looks of this. They are a resident, but it's telling me that it doesn't need to remove them when they do. What happens if I do this? So it works like that. There we go. It'll work now. Fucking hell. Right, let's get that pushed. Okay, that's done. Try this again. Let's try this again, chat. Right, so... Okay. Right, we're gonna go for a quick break. I don't know why this got off. It's just not saying it doesn't need to update it, but it does. I'm asking you to update, you piece of shit. It works from here. It's requesting the same call. I don't know, chat. I'll be back in a minute. I'm gonna go for a walk. I'm gonna stretch my legs. I'm gonna sat here for a few hours, so. Oh, I need to stretch. The dog needs to go out for a wee as well because he's fussing me. Yes, I see you down there, mate. I'll be right back, chat. All right. Sorry, chat. I got distracted because my neighbours across the street are having an argument in the middle of the street. Proper shouting at each other. You know you live up north when all you can hear is arguing on the street. Yeah. No idea what they're arguing about, it's just fucking funny. I just kind of stood there with the back door open, like the dog went around in the garden, and I was like, who the hell's shouting? Turns out it's my neighbours who live across the road, so. Having some kind of disagreement, and I'll be honest, I'll leave them to it, to be honest, because they argue quite a lot, I'll be real. Right, okay, so, I think this just needs to move into testing, so, PR comments resolved. Now added resident status to. Now we have it. Oh, wait. Okay, so I'm gonna try and get this booked in for testing probably tomorrow. If not Tuesday, I've got a really busy IRL life day tomorrow. I've got so many appointments I've got to go to and stuff tomorrow, so. Link doors fixes merged chat. Can I get poggers in chat? The linked door fix has been merged, so that'll be ready for tomorrow. Yeah. That means from tomorrow's restart, all the double doors will work again. Poggers. Yeah, thumbs up from Ghostly. There we go. That's what I want to see in chat. Thumbs up. Jobs are good. Yeah. Jobs are good. This one we're going to move into testing tomorrow. So, shortly we'll be able to release the leasing stuff, chat. Woohoo. And then there is another thing that I do need to do, which is just finish the complex assignment stuff off and get that into testing tomorrow as well. So fingers crossed this week should be leasing. The complex stuff should be sorted, and a couple of other things as well, so I'll be honest, chat, I've had a slack couple of weeks. I've not really done a lot of daily development work and stuff over the last couple of weeks. There hasn't really been any of my stuff being pushed, apart from like bug fixes and stuff on the subscription system and things like that. So it'll be nice this week, well next week, because we're on Sunday, but next week to have some more stuff going that I've done right for you guys, so yeah. So I need to switch branches again. Give me 1 second here. Everything's gonna shit itself, chat. No panic. Nobody panic. So I'm switching branches, chat. It's gonna hate me. There is some translations I need to do for the lease stuff, but I'll do that later. I can't be bothered now. I fucking hate doing translations. Doesn't matter. They do auto-generate if that scenario's like sorted, right? So if there isn't a DPS wallet and it flags that message, it auto-generates in the code for me, which is nice. But I just need that scenario. Right, so. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Okay, 1 second here. I need to switch this branch as well. In fact, let me merge main into this quickly. Okay, that's up to date with main, that's fine. Let's grab. Let me push these changes first. So if I want to push these. It's in currency. Tweet currency. Whereas, manager, check. There we go. Push that. Can't remember. I'm pretty sure this is UI side only change, question mark. I think it is. I can't remember anymore. Can't remember, chat. Can't remember. I can't remember. Let me see. Okay. Yeah, there's a couple of PR comments that need to resolve on this, so let's get that done now. Market view is that. Okay, that one needs to sort out. Buyer ID. Okay, that's resolved. That's resolved. And then what we got? Never rejects results promise. Okay. Sort this out now. Does this say information about? I think it does. Yeah. need to make sure that hasn't broken anything. Hopefully it hasn't broken anything. Give me a minute. So if we go to here, we'll find out if he's broken in a second. Let's go to Jamestown. Let's just sell 111 garage. What's going on here? Hello, Shaggy. Sorry, I was concentrating. Bug fixes. Kind of. I'm just sorting out the complex selling via the phone, so then we can get other areas opened up for sale on the server for properties, and then fixed. We had a problem with double doors, so I fixed that. That's been merged, so that should be sorted for tomorrow. And then I've just finished up the leasing stuff, so that can go back into test tomorrow. Because there was a few PR comments and a few things that I just need to sort out on that, so that's done as well. And now I'm just, yeah, sorting the complex stuff out so we can get other areas opened up for you guys in the server. A context, or a context, or text, or whatever the fuck. Welcome in. Yo, how you doing, you right? Thank you for the follow, welcome, welcome. Can you say what areas? No, I'm not telling you. No, that's not my decision, chat. Because I'm a bit real, I get told one thing, and then 2 days later it's another thing, so I don't even know. I just wait and see. I just make sure they're enabled, that's it. I know, yeah, I'm good just breaking my mind, completely working on stuff. Some stuff what you working on. And listen, it's not a good day unless you break your mind, in my opinion. I'll be real. I don't know why this selling stuff's having issues now, it's having the right problems. You making a 5M phone? Good luck. There's so many components that you need for a phone, it's unbelievable. Front end stuff for a phone, easy as piss. Most people could make a front end for a phone easily, but it's all the back end stuff, getting it to work, right? Alex's phone is custom, yeah, our phone's custom. Everything in our server's custom. Like, well, everything that's scripted and coded is custom. We run on our own framework, so we can't just pull in other people's resources and use them. We have to write stuff ourselves. That's why it takes us longer to implement new features, because most servers will go off and find something online and then introduce it into the server or whatever, and whereas here we make stuff from scratch, from the ground up, so it takes us an extra minute. But it also gives us the ability to be able to make fucking awesome shit, you know what I mean? Yeah, I'm already pretty into it. Got tired of all the other 5M phones. Clunky, BW feels clunky. I think it doesn't matter what phone you find or what phone's developed, there's always going to be elements of it that doesn't quite work for what people want it to do. You know what I mean? The LB phone requires you to sell your organs because there's a lot of work that goes into them, dude. That's why you're probably finding that out yourself right now. So people don't want to give them away for free. You know what I mean? I don't blame them. I've been debating making a phone and releasing it and selling it because I could do it. I just don't know if I want to put all that many hours into it, to be honest. I'll be real, I don't know if I want to sink that many hours into a project like that. Because you can start off with a base phone, but then you've got to write all your applications. Like if you want Twinster, you've got to write Twinster and how all that works. You've got to write your messaging, you've got to write your emails, if you even want to use emails, you've got to, it's a huge feat. Getting the camera to work, a huge feat. Live video calls, huge project. Every single application on a phone is a project within itself, essentially. How many hours would that be? Depends. If you were just to get a base phone working, so that's the phone itself, right? With the UI, being able to open it, close it, to be able to have your settings. So settings is a whole thing. I would even, without sitting down and like planning it out, I wouldn't be able to tell you exactly, but a base phone itself is more than enough work. See why this is not working here. People wouldn't buy a base phone. Exactly. No one would want to just buy a base phone. They want a phone that has everything on it already. So it's not like you can make the base phone with like a few applications on it and get it out there and get money generated on it to help you with funding the future development of it, but I'm gonna be real, it's not worth it. In my opinion. I mean, crack on Econ, you know what I mean? If you get a new phone out on the market, it does really well, hats off to you. It's just a lot of work. It's like we're in the process now of changing all the UI in the phone. I don't know if you noticed, chat. But I don't even notice that the UI is a lot more responsive in certain applications now, because we're changing what we're working from. I'm not gonna say what to, but essentially we're trying to move away from React because it's a pain in the ass. Well, React's okay, but we all know it's got its shortfalls, right? Especially when it comes to rendering and double rendering and just fucking being a pain in the ass, right? Hooks and all this shit. We know it's got its own problems, so we're slowly trying to move away from React. And you can see the difference already. I mean, the responsiveness is just a lot quicker, even on the live server. And then when you go into one of the older apps, like City Hall, but essentially now the data sets load like 5 times as quick. Nice, yeah, nice. Yeah, we've got someone on the team now just going through each of the apps and updating the UI and stuff in them, so. Right. Let's get these complex tested. I need to disable a bunch of checks because I need to be able to sell it to myself so I can do testing. Oh, I could just let me load second client in and we'll do it properly so we don't have to disable stuff. Let me, excuse me. Incoming second client chat. Yeah, it's a lot of work, but it's fun, like a hobby project. Probably had to put 10 hours into it, just get the base working, like calls, basic messaging, and app SDK, the core apps, and the ability to easily add more custom apps. That's what I mean. I mean, you're 10 hours in there, and that's probably without your full testing, right? Because you've got to test every use case, every scenario, you've got to get it multi-tested. All this shit, right? A lot of times as well, like I used to sell scripts, chat. I used to sell my scripts. I had like an ownable vending machine business. So people could put down vending machines, then they could interact with the vending machine, and like they could set their own prices. They could see what their top sales were for their products. It would alert them if they was running lower stock. You know, if someone broke into it, if they had a security device involved, it would like notify them that there was like an issue, you know, someone was breaking into it, whatever. I had loads of scripts, and I stopped selling scripts because the main reason is most of the tickets that would come in for the stuff I was selling wasn't anything to do with the stuff I'd written. It wasn't a problem with the resource. It was the fact that the people that were buying it, or some people that were buying it, just didn't understand how to integrate it properly, right? So I spent so much time kind of spending more time trying to explain to people that the problem they was having was not my problem and that they need to go and find the solution online somewhere, and that I'm not a Q&A server Q&A, right? Pretty much. Because I get asked loads of questions like, oh, you know, I'm trying to set my server up, but this, that, and the other, and I'd just be like, for real, dude? For real? For real, for real? Do you think I've got time to help you set your server up? Mr. Random Joe Blogs who's bought a script off me? Like, no. If there's not a problem with the script, then I don't want to know. So I just stopped doing it in the end. It's too much hassle. Way too much hassle. And the problem is as well, people use different frameworks, so you have to make your resources work with different frameworks, which is fine, that's easy to do, but then people use different versions of frameworks, right? So someone might be using a really old version of a framework, and I've updated the code to accept the new frameworks. You know, they've changed function calls, and then it doesn't work, right? Oh my god, that's real. I made a handcuff script and people bought it, and that's why it doesn't work with QB target, even though the TEBX description says ONX targets requirements, so people are just dumb. What can I say? it's a headache. You know? And like you're saying there, Con, as well, you know, you've got people who are using different resources. Like some people like to use OX target, other people use QB target, other people use another different target. And then, yeah, so plug and play script selling is a pain in the ass. Absolute pain in the ass. Okay, right, let's get this property sold, shall we? Let's give this account some money. In fact, it might have some. Got 4,000. Let me just give it some more. We don't have to worry about not forwarding anything, put it that way. Right, so let me find a complex. My PC's shitting itself because I've got 2 clients open right now, but don't worry about it, it's fine. Everything's fine. I should really turn my shaders off, I'll be real, but okay, so we're gonna use this complex as an example here, and this is 110. Yeah, 110. Where'd they go? There we go. Right, so this is complex 110. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Yeah, so this is 110. So I don't think anyone owns any. So there's a couple of use cases we're testing here, right? Use case 1, a buyer should be able to buy the complex if no one owns any apartments inside. Use case 2, buyers should be able to buy the complex if they own a if they own an apartment inside, but no one else owns any of the other apartments inside. Use case 3, customer shouldn't be able to buy the complex if somebody else owns an apartment inside. Okay, that's what we're testing. So, I think I need to set prices as well, so give me 1 second. Let me open that up. State override access price, where are you? So we go to property. Okay, right, so 101 Occupation Avenue. Someone actually owns one in this. Apartment A is not here. I'm just gonna change these prices a minute. Yes, if we have a look at 101 Occupation Avenue, we'll see that apartment A is owned. Yeah, it's owned by this guy. But the main goal for the phone is using it on my own server, selling secondary. Yeah, that's it. I mean, a lot of the times I dev stuff for like my own servers, right? It's like I've got a whole zombie framework that I've made. I just need to like get it up and running and do something with it. I made like a zombie framework which is also quote unquote changeable into like just a normal horde kind of spawner framework as well. It's really cool as well. It's flooded. It's a flooded server. But I just need to get it sorted. That's what I mean. I'll put time, energy, and effort into a framework if I'm gonna use it. But if I'm gonna release it or not, I don't know. I was debating packaging it out and letting people like use it, but so the MDT one, not so nice comment. It's because we've got two separate packages. That's why. Everyone, I think most people expected us to give out everything on the like lower cost package, when that's not the case. So. There's a lot of permissions about this as well. Like if you go into roles manager, there's like loads of permissions and stuff. So essentially, if I try to sell this complex now, I shouldn't be able to. I shouldn't be able to sell this complex to that ID because this guy already owns one inside. So let's give that a test. Then through here. So we're selling it to 1002. Which I need to give it a feedback message, but essentially someone owns one. So if we look at 102, A, B, C, and D. So this one doesn't have any owners inside whatsoever. Setting all the prices cheap, chat. Cheap real estate, look at this. Bargain prices. Well, that one's a bit more expensive, but it's fine. So now we should be able to... Right, so the wholesale price... so the price of this from the state is 100, and then you've got... So it's 100 for the complex, and then you've got apartment A, which costs 100, apartment B, which costs 100, apartment C, which costs 100, apartment D, which costs 1,000, property tax is 40%. This property cannot be sold for below than this. Now, this will be the total of all this, with 30% taken off in the code. So if I just do a quick calculation, make sure that's right. So we've got 100 for the complex. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 3 apartments at 100, and then 1 at 1,000. So that's 1,400, but we got tax on top, right? So 40% of that is 1,400 plus 14. Sorry, 140. No, that's not right. That's 10%. It'll be 140 times 3 times 4. So what's 130 times 4? $560. So it'll be 1,400 plus 560. So that's a tax, which is a total of 1,960. So what's 30% of 1,960? 580. So if we take 580 from 1960 minus 588, sorry. Should be... Is that right? My maths right? Is my maths right, chat? I don't think it is. Because I'm getting 1372 here. Let me just double check the code. Let's see what's going on. I'll check that in a minute, but let's make sure it actually does what it's supposed to. Okay, where is it? There we go. Okay, so we paid. It's been sold. Let's see. Did we get the property? Is the question. So it's 102 Occupation Avenue on it, chart. Is it 102 Occupation Avenue? Now, that state ID should now have all of these. They should be owner of all of these. There you go. Yeah. Complex. Second Lifer is now owner of the complex. They're owner of the apartment A, owner of apartment B, owner of apartment C, and owner of apartment D. History. There you go. Probably might want to sort that one out as well, but yeah. So that has worked. They've got all the assignments there. Checking their phone. They're all in there as well. Good, good. Now, did we get keys? Yes, we did. So we've got... I need to make that one. But essentially, there's a key there for apartment... Apartment A, apartment B, apartment C, apartment D. That's the overall one, but they don't work anymore. I need to remove that. So I'll be like, there you go. Congratulations on your new complex. Congratulations on your new complex. Even though you're a dog. You know, what are you opening, like a doggy hotel? Is this what this situation is, huh? You open like a little pet sanctuary? Is this what's happening? Hmm? Nice, yeah, nice. Okay, so use case. So we cannot sell one if someone else owns one in there. That's good. So now what we're going to do is we're going to test this way. So we're going to go back to properties, market. We're going to find another complex. We'll go for 103 Albert Street. So there's a lot of apartments in this one. So we're going to set all the prices here. Oh, it's not what I want to do. But what I'm going to do, chat, is I'm just going to sell this to... So someone owns one, right? I'm not going to be able to sell this to myself. It's going to be a pain, but... Yeah. Because I need to check whether or not... Does he own any? Let me see here. Leases. We own 101 Power Street, so we could try and use that one, I guess. Yeah, let's try that. So he should be able to buy this because he owns one apartment inside. So 101 Power Street. Apartment A shouldn't be in this list. It isn't. Because it's already owned. But to be fair, I can just kind of test it anyway. Let's just test it. Sell it. To him, he already owns one. Perfect. The dialogue opens because he already owns one inside. Obviously, I can't sell it to myself. That's fine. I don't care about that. But it wouldn't even get past this point if there's a check in here. So, and there's also a check back end as well. There's two checks. There's a check front end and a check back end just in case it slips through. Which it shouldn't. So now let's do it like this. So this character owns... So complex, let's say... He owns one in this, right? Power Street. Let me go back to here. So if I assign another one in there to... If we sell B to the other character, this one. So we sell it to the other character. Okay. So now we've got a complex situation, or an apartment building where we've got the doggo, he owns one inside, and he also owns one inside. So now if we try and sell this as a complex, we shouldn't be able to buy it. No, we can't. Good. We need some feedback messages on that. I'll sort that out. But yeah, you can't buy it because someone else owns one inside, even though he owns one in there. So that use case is fine. Now let's go for let's go for this one. We're gonna give this to this, the doggo. So we're gonna sell it to the dog. There we go. So now, if we try and purchase this complex, we shouldn't be able to, because we don't own any inside, and there's, you know. So if we go to, let me reload this, because it needs to reload now it's been done. We go back to the market, we go back to look for 1-1. B is missing. Sell to... No, we can't. Good. So all our use cases are working, we just need feedback messages. So yeah, use case scenario 1. Person should be able to buy the complex if no one else owns any apartments inside. Use case scenario 2. Customer should be able to buy complex if they own a apartment inside but no one else owns any apartments inside. Use case number 3. Customer is unable to buy complex if anyone owns any of the apartments inside other than him, regardless of the situation. So there our use case is tested. I'm happy with that. Just need some feedback messages. So yeah, get the feedback messages in, get that PR updated. Okay. Bye client 2, I don't need you anymore. Your job is done. Up. How you doing? What's going on? What we're coding? I've just been finish off testing the complex assignments essentially, so we can get the other areas opened up for you guys in the server. I hadn't tested the complex assignments, like buying complexes and stuff, and all the logic around it since we released the loans and mortgage stuff. So I just wanted to make sure it was all working correctly before it gets released. So this is me just finishing it off now and get it in for testing tomorrow. Yeah. But I did fix, we had a problem with double doors and locks. I fixed that today. That should be ready for tomorrow. It's been pushed. I also just finished off the leasing system, which again we're going to put into test tomorrow, hopefully. Question mark, fingers crossed. Do I code outside of 5M? Yes, I've been in software development for 10 years. So I've worked for various different software development companies. I've never worked for a games development company though. I've always treated video game development as a hobby rather than a main profession. And the reason being, chat, is because I'll always remember the first year of university. Holy moly, I guess that's like at least plus 2 devs in Onx, more than 2. Well, it depends, doesn't it? It's like there is obviously people with more experience with 5M than me, who are quicker than me and stuff like that. Just because I've been in software dev for 10 years doesn't mean that someone who's been doing 5M dev for the past like 4 years isn't, you know, quicker or whatever. It's just the way it is. We all work at our own paces and we all know what we know, right? So it doesn't matter about your experience. It's about how you learn from the mistakes you make and how you progress at the end of the day. So, but because I've worked in software for so long and for so many different companies and on so many different frameworks and use so many different coding languages, it's not too difficult for me to come into a project and look at the code base and learn the code base quickly, right? Because people can code, but a lot of people really struggle when they're introduced into a code base that they've never seen before and they have to work with, right? But luckily I've got that experience. I've worked with some dog shite fucking legacy systems, I'll tell you that. The worst one I was working on was a 16-year-old PHP legacy system, and that fucking nearly, that thing, oh my god. It was a monster. The problem was, is the project was that big that in order to rewrite the entire thing from the ground up, it would have taken years. It was 15 years already in development. So you can imagine trying to convert a PHP main stack, you know, code base over to something else is a big task. So yeah, I've worked with some hefty legacy systems, put it that way. A lot of my experience is kind of cross between front and back end development because I was a full stack developer. I spent quite a few years working on front end stuff, making iOS applications for pilots. So pilots could basically check their weather information, they could input their fuel values, they could send requests to the airport staff, you know, ground maintenance teams, you know, all this kind of stuff. I worked on that for a while. And then whilst I was working for those guys, I then moved into like more doing back end stuff. So I started working on a lot of Node.js processes. So we had like loads of microservices, like loads of, I'm talking like hundreds of microservices running Node.js stuff. So I moved into doing that for a bit. So I was starting to write like API stuff, SOAP stuff, you know, all that kind of stuff. Did I make the phone on Onx? Onx? No, I didn't. No. I joined the team, I'm gonna say a year ago, question mark. And since I've been on the team, my contributions have mainly been like bug fixing, because obviously when you first join a team, the best way to introduce somebody to a framework, doesn't matter how experienced you are, is to go off and do bug fixing, because then you start to understand the framework you're working with, right? So I did bug fixing for a while, and then obviously I've basically become the property developer. Essentially, I'm pretty much dealing with all the properties. I'm also dealing with all the financial stuff as well. So like, I did the loans and the mortgage system, which is finally stopped fucking around. Now we've realised what the actual problem was. It was environment based. It was a pain in the ass. But so yeah, I released that and a few other bits. So at the moment, I'm still working on the properties, getting the leasing in so people can lease their properties. And then after that, I've already started work on it, but I'm working on a point of sale system, which is going to do all contactless payments. It's going to do order tracking, ingredient tracking. It's going to do payroll. It's going to do the lot. It's a big project, but I've loosely started it. So at the moment, I've got contactless payments working. So I'm just working on like a nice UI for like the serving staff. At the moment, it's restaurants only. Restaurants will be the first ones for the POS to go into, I think. And there'll be like a small handful of them just to make sure the system's working correctly before it's rolled out. But essentially, it's going to be like, instead of asking for someone's state ID, which is immersion breaking, let's be honest, the person who's selling the food can just send the charge to a payment point, and then let's say this bin is the payment point. The customer will just peek at the point and pay, and then there'll be a nice animation. They'll probably pull their phone out or something. I don't know. It'll just do something, and then it'll take the money from their account.
Why you ain't pick up when I called you earlier? You didn't get my text.
Rather than someone going,
What text? The one where I
what's your
sent you a
state
pic of my
ID?
big titties like you asked me to.
well, what's your state ID? You know?
You thought it was a picture of 2 new puppies.
It's a bit more immersive, right?
Titties.
Contactless payments. Yeah. So that's where the POS system's starting. I'm starting from the kind of the contactless payment side of it, and then essentially building like data structure for all the orders and stuff. But the past couple of weeks I've been a little lazy. I've said to chat earlier. I haven't really done too much, and I've kind of been prioritizing the bugs with the subscription stuff that have been coming in and that. So, but now that's all cleared up, we're back on track. We're back on track. Yeah. It's like January, because we're now in February, which is crazy to me already. Like the first 3 weeks in January, I didn't really stream much. I didn't really do much code. I had like 3 weeks off, to be honest. I say 3 weeks off. I didn't. I was still bug fixing the leasing, the subscription system, the mortgage and loans and stuff like that. But for the most part, I was just chilling, enjoying some roleplay. Because with the mortgage and loan stuff being released over the holidays, I didn't really get a break. Like, Christmas and New Year was, like, really busy for me. Because we dropped the release, I think, on the 22nd? I can't remember. It was just before Christmas, anyway. And I knew that my Christmas was going to be busy because of it. But I also wanted it to be out for you guys so you could have your houses for Christmas, right?
Crazy, right?
So yes, chat, I sacrificed my spare Christmas time for you lot. Hope you're happy. I hope you're fucking happy, chat. Yeah. It'd be cool if this opened. There's probably a lot of issues under it though. Is it all weird? Yeah, it's weird. Can't use it. There's something there that isn't there, so. So yeah. So yeah, I figured I'm just gonna take a few weeks off in January, and I did. But in terms of what I need to do right now, code-wise, chat, I mean, apart from put those feedback messages in, which I'm probably going to do later, I'll be real, that's it from me, I think. Dev work today. It's been a nice stream. So, on our to-do list, we got done the double door issue, that's now done. We got the leasing PR comments resolved, we got it tested, but I do need to get it over to the team, hopefully tomorrow, to get multi-testing done on it. Complex stuff, resolved all PR comments, tested the use cases, again that needs to go into multi-use testing tomorrow. So as long as there's nothing that comes out of those 2 testing sessions, that should be the leasing wrapped up. And then when we open up the other areas and we start selling complexes, I don't need to worry because I've tested it and it's fine. So. Because it's going to be a nightmare if it's going to be an absolute nightmare if someone wants to buy a complex building and there's somebody who already owns one inside and the script's not checking for it, right? So I've tried to make sure I've got every use case to make sure that doesn't happen. Oh, nice. Gimme. 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 I can't because it's a fucking local. Just want to drive it. Gimme. No, of course. Gimme. I'm gonna spawn this one. Oh, it's got a minigun, chat. Yeah, fuck yeah. Look at that shit. I can't shoot it from the driver's seat there, it's a bit of a shame. Bit of a shame. I'm just gonna drive around for a minute, I think. Fuck around for a few before I call it a day, I think. Music's going up, chat. I'm just gonna vibe for a minute, alright? Appreciate the heck out of all of you. I really do. This is too slow. It's too slow, chat. Oh! Ow. Oh, that's what I get for being in first person, isn't it? Right, that's too slow. We need something quick. Someone, Shaggy. Someone give me something quick. I need a car. What shall I drive around in? I don't know vehicles very well. I'm like not a vehicle dev. I don't really care about vehicles at all. I don't know the names of any. I just like to go fast. Comet? What's the Comet? Oh, that'll do. There we go. There were some changes for first person, yeah. Okay, seatbelt on chat. Okay, mute the microphone. driving must be good with vehicle tuning. Yeah. I'll be real. The vehicle tuning we've got on this server is like, yeah, it's really good. I mean, well, we've got Wise Guy at the end of the day, and he loves his vehicles, so he puts a lot of time, energy, and effort in. There's a few people in the team, you know, to making sure the vehicles feel like they should, and you know, they spend a lot of time with tuning, which definitely makes the driving experience over on Onx like pretty cool, pretty unique. But yeah, it's fun to drive. I'm just not much of a driver, for real. I like to drive around and mess around like on Dev or whatever, like on my own Dev server, our Dev server. But on live, I mean, you won't really see me in races or anything like that, because I'll be honest, I'm a shit driver. Me driving in video games is just terrible. Unless I've got a car that does most of the work for me, I'm useless. Right, my dog's moaning. I'm going to call it there. I appreciate every single one of you for being here. Stream is ending. I'll be back in a bit with some RP. But I need to go tend to the boy right now. And I also need to eat. So, we've had a good stream. We've been very productive today. I'm going to send you off to Raspberry Junior. Oh, God. Bit chilly, bit chilly. I'm going to send you to Raspberry Junior. Plays Bambi. Great role player. Amazing person. Go and say hello. Thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you for all the new followers and all the new subs. If I can find them. I hate this search filter. I wish you could, like, have... Like, when you frequently raid people, I wish you could have, like, favorites, right? That'd be nice. So you could just go, okay, I just want to send you to this person, right? Instead of having to type. Because I can't spell, alright, chat? We all know I can't spell. I'm useless at spelling. It takes me ages to find who I need. There we go. Right, go say hi. Appreciate you all. Thanks for chilling out with me. Yeah. Bye, guys. I'll be back in a couple of hours with some role plays. Hit the follow if you want to see that. Bye.